It's not doing it. Oh, there it goes. Okay. The most delayed thing. Saska. Or my glasses. We were chatting it up with Edgeworth about how fucked up this case is and how he's probably gonna get punished again for every single thing. I talked about the trophy, and I believe it complained about like Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He just started making a name for himself. Looks like he was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. And then the trophy is different. And then it's like, oh yeah, Gaunt changed it 2 years ago. Alright, and here's the contradiction bit, and then I learned about it. It's all like, the Chinese word for halberd and the Chinese word for shield from the mythological, well, not mythological, from the legend. From the legend. And it's all like, oh, the unstoppable weapon meets the immovable force sort of thing. And it's like, bro, it doesn't make sense that you're peddling both of these. I mean, what happens when they meet each other? Ah, shit, dude. And that's how contradiction was born. It's like, okay. I don't remember if there's anything else we had to show. Screwdriver, still unrelated. We'll find out about that, I guess. And then he's like, can't be chatting about the case with enemies. But the tea. We probably just examine the paper that he dropped. Wonder what he was writing before. Come on, right? Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edward is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window? Oh no, he's falling to the ground! Hold on. First let me see what that girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, Letter of Resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know, the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. Is that a resignation? I wonder if I can use it for anything. Added. I guess we can bring that up later, sometime. Edward's discarded letter of resignation. He's serious. Oh, yep, can read. He really wrote resignation, even when resigning. Miss Edward sounds cool and concise. Still isn't his fault. Someone has to be held responsible. That's how it is in the grown-up world. Yeah, but the responsibility means nothing if he just quits. Well, not everyone sees it that way. To take true responsibility, you should have to work the rest of your life for no pay. That's one tough grown-up world out there. Due to recent events, I hereby announce my resignation as public prosecutor. Well, I mean, if he resigns, then he can swap to being a defense attorney now. His dream. His first dream before he was disillusioned by lies. He thought it was the defense attorney that did it, but then it was, well, I mean, it was the defense attorney that did it, but then it was an attorney that had done the thing in the first place. Very spooky. Alright, let's present it, I guess. They say where there's smoke, there's fire. Apparently, I was so caught up in the smoke, I lost sight of the truth. Edgeworth. The other's right. I have no right to serve as a prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth, you were only doing your job. I've always made my own decision about what I can and cannot do. That hasn't changed. Forgiving myself. Something I cannot do. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Well, I guess we could show it to other people and they'll be like, what? Unless it's added a dialogue, it's not. Alright, I guess we'll go elsewhere for now. The parking lot. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter-pound of roast beef? Oh, okay. The star! Guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked the cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone on the trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from the case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness. The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred towards Lana dates up back to 2 years ago. Look at the screwdriver. I don't have to tell you anything, Star. The only thing I can tell you is give you now is a poppy seed rice set. Talk about cheap. Eat this and maybe you'll be able to tell black from white in court tomorrow. Okay. Here's a photo. Here's his resignation. Nothing. La reaction. The case. Alright, talk. The Dark Investigation. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was even more alive than I was then. Ever more alive. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall. Though, must have been going through hell. I mean, because of his brother's death. They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on the SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Yeah, it's Gant and Lana. Chief Gant. After the case closed. The legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. Even with the forging of evidence. Don't get me wrong, Joe Dart got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence being produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even as much of an explanation. And Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. Being used? Oops. It's gonna be a long... Used as a pawn. Well, yeah. legendary duo. Damon Gaunt and Lana Skye. Gaunt led the investigation, with Lana in second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gaunt's magnetism, in particular, was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence, you mean? Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. Take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated everything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why'd she have to turn so cold after that? Being used. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gunn's power influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There's only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. Well, it's a good thing I don't exist for either of these organizations. That could be a super duper. It's outing everyone. What? You mean that's why Lana transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change. Finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. I mean, if it's anything like, I forget his name. The round boy not detective, the round boy defense attorney being blackmailed by Red White. Then it's probably similar. Where, Lana probably believes that she was the one that killed Joe Dark or something. When she, like, panic blacked out. She did say that all she could remember was carrying Emma out of the room and holding her until the police came. And then she arrested the dude who had passed out. You listen to me, Phoenix. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Trumpist. Let's see, move on. Does Lana have anything new to say? We could show her, like, the resignation letter, I guess. Nope. I guess she won't take anything then. I guess we head to the police, which we're not allowed in the evidence room, so what are we even allowed to do now? Oh, right, we wanted to be able to break into Chief Gant's office. Oh, you're back. Okay, so we show Gumshoe the letter of resignation, and then he's like, "Oh shit! If it'll help with the case, and possibly to help stop Edgeworth from resigning, then I'll break into the chief's office for you." Is probably what's gonna happen. It's like, if Mr. Edgeworth isn't here, then it's not worth it. And it's like, oh, okay. Oh, you're back. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he meant desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. Not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be some way we can make the detective change his mind. Okay. Do we have any dialogue before that? I remember... Yeah, okay, we already talked to you fully. Seems like 4 is the maximum, and then possibly one of them rolls over into a 5th one. Here is the resignation letter, bro. What's this grumbled piece of paper? No way! Miss Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I made up my mind. But, here, take my ID card. You can't do that if someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook like another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Tucked swiftly into pocket. I'm sure a little advice with you. Okay, save, sheesh. Let's look at his ID. Police Department ID allows access to areas of the PD open to detectives. Detective Sergeant Dick Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic, is he? Whatever you do, just don't say that to his face. Look, his eyes are half shut. Yeah, and his mouth is half open. Hey, each of his shirt buttons is off a notch. And he's got the narrow end of his tie in front. I think this goes beyond a photogenic issue. Absolute mess, Gumshoe. Police Department. Alright, let's go break into the office. Click, 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 click. Here goes Mr. Wright. Beep, 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 beep. Theme of organ office. Do, 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 do. You're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Eek! Yeah! Ooh, eek! Sorry, thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. You're here. What was the point in you giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. Well, we just fucking card crushed it. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now, come on, let's go see what we can find out. Got a bad feeling about this. Know anything about the office? Alright. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On the day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gaunt's office now. Practice is a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. Leaves it as one in everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So, ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gaunt and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since the incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Unless they're in a place that you can't really clean. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9's crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... Nah. Nah, there's no way. Never mind, don't worry about it. Okay, now let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. This guy's getting on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gon might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gon, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again, pal. Maybe so. Or we got nothing else really to show off that's new. Okay, time to investigation. God. Shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred to the prosecutor's office. The small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Glass window. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I was dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. Muck ass. Yeah, this all same dialogue. Computer even working? It's just on his desk, it sure is tidy. Lana always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief God must still keep a clean memory of their partnership. There was stuff a legend's made out of. Does he keep it in memory of her, or in memory of the crime? Okay. What is this, like, space sounds I hear in my ear? Yeah, probably. Are you playing Pokemon? Okay. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went along with Chief God to question Drake. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Do you think? The organ. Chief's organ sure is safe to uphold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. It's on the 2nd floor, and it's the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing of their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's besides the point. Okay. I guess we look at the chief's side now. Okay, we got a safe thing. Okay. This is a safe, isn't it? Save. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. 7-digit number. I think I might know what it is. Not yet. It's probably gonna be 777777. 7-digit number. Didn't we see one of those? How about we try entering my birth date? Gumshoe, no. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gon's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Yeah, he stuffed a thing into a drawer. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder why it's here. Hold on, detective. What did you say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence seems too short. Most lists are run twice as long. Yeah. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something by that case. Would appear so. Evidence list added. List of evidence in SL9 incident was ripped in half, so that part is all that we got. Can we even investigate it? Anything on the back? Oh, there's a stabby! Why is there a picture of a stabby? Oh no, this is totally Emma's drawing, isn't it? Oh, so that's how he got away with it. Because he was just like, here's a random piece of paper. It's the other half of the evidence list. Just draw on it. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it now, huh? No, it's nothing. Why are you moving your eyes? Eyes moving around like that, Mr. Wright? Better not forget this photo. Well, sure gonna need that for the big reveal, I guess. Can't have that show now. Look at this knight. It's the real deal, isn't it? The armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent on my taxes. You don't have to pay any taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? Chief might be hiding the armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get out of it. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy could be. Window? You can see pretty far from the 15 stories. If you were to drop that suit of armor. At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for that window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Anything in the chair? I guess not. Alright. Time to open the safe. You ready? Here it comes. Input number. You know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date. It's... Okay, dramatic zoom in. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Oh wow, it lit up. 7777. Easy enough to remember. Code confirmed. Access granted. Dramatic open. Ding. Bingo. What numbers did you enter? His birthday was it, pal? 777777. The final ID card number on the record. What? That number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777? That ID number? I think you're 1 7 shy this time. I can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gon's ID number. Anyone care to look inside? Guess we're about to be kicked out in a second. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's yeah, I figured it'd be the last piece of the safe. The vase. A shard from a broken cup. Somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen it before? Something else here too. And a handprint. On leather. Looks like a piece of cloth. It's a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. I think the chief made up this design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is it that it? Is that was all there was in the safe? Apparently so, it's empty now. Piece of cloth, a handprint, and a broken shard from cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you could prove they have something to do with the case, afraid I can't let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove this irrelevancy to them. How are these two related? Come on, there's gotta be something we can show detective. So is it in here? No, we have to just present the pieces. Here you go. Do we talk first? Present. Well, first we got the vase. Detective Gumshoe, can you look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? This one in the safe? Yeah, that one. That was in the safe. Now you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Assemble. Yeah, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at it. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I could piece this together, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. This. Ta-da! There, fits like a charm. That of course means Chief Gaunt willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? The piece you just said, Hatch, it's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. Reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gaunt hide this in the safe? Hey look, it's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Looks like blood. This piece the Chief has is different though. The blood stains on this piece, the other pieces are just spots. This one looks like a line. That's odd. It's like a sideways smiley face. Alright, the leather now. I guess we just dust it? I mean, I thought we would have it in our thing, and then we could just like a gumshoe. I'd like to have a look at this. I know what that is. You want to take some fingerprints? That's right. Great idea, detective. All right, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead. Take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take, detective. Huh? Come on, this isn't time for jokes. Talking about the cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh. Where's your sense of humor? Monka. Alright. Sprinkle powder on the cloth. Then once you've been absorbed, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told this a million times. Alright, looks like this one's gonna be the clearest. Alright. Prepare for air. But not enough. It's not a video game. This is probably gonna be Lana's fingerprint, ain't it? Oh, it's not actually. Okay. Is it Gaunt's? We don't have Neil's. Oh, it's not. Okay. Is it Emma's? It's Emma's. Oh. Is this like Neil's poncho or something? No, how could this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints are they, huh? Oh, seems the prints are too old, haha. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst! Hey, you, over here. What's going on? What are kids' prints doing inside the Chief's safe? Oh, so it's probably... yeah, Lana's being blackmailed because all the evidence points to Emma being the one that murdered Dark, I guess? Or, no, that murdered Nick by accident? Yeah, so it's a similar thing of, like, when, Edgeworth's dead dad insisted that it was the other guy and not Edgeworth that killed him. Even though we knew, later found out that it was someone else completely. But they had blackmailed and lied to save someone. Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Yeah, maybe you should hold on to this. Hold it and add it to the court record. Well, was there any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in that coat? Chief Gaunt! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir, sorry. Oh, you in the coat. You, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... No, get out. Yes, sir. I sure hope we shut the safe before leaving. We'll be on our way out, too. Wait, you the one with without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair. You're free to go. Mr. Wright. Well, that's kind of sus. Look, pal, if I told you once, told you 1,000 times, Chief Office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care if you got fired anymore. Yeah, but if I knew I'd be like this, I never would have said it. But I've seen the evidence in the office. I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why was she kept eerily silent about this all this time? Anyway, you listen to me? I gotta try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. Well, is Evan even going to be able to come back? After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. But she'll be busy for the rest of the day. So where do we go? Oh, we're going to chat with Lana. I guess we're going to be like, so you think your sister did it. And that's why you're willingly, like, sacrificing yourself. See, so the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in the court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing, not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Me did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Last me a chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Alright, do we just talk, or keep it quiet? Okay. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's what hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth, it's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. Or an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. You think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is your person you're speaking of? The one I am most supposedly frightened of. What is the person's name? It's Gant. On the sky. Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. Take it she's never to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? God. We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he's a respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crime? Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes. Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Speaking specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gaunt's name was never mentioned? Chief Gaunt. Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of the investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Demon Gaunt. If you intend to accuse Chief Gaunt, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gaunt falsified that evidence in that case. Alright, there you go. I just found this in a safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. You know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 case. The person concealing evidence was nothing than Chief God himself. Now tell me, why are you taking the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It says you surmised I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. Can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Orders. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edwards' car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edwards' car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered the murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edward's knife? No. When I found the body, this knife was stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edward's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. That's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. The star, huh? Why do you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in Joe Dark's case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edward's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister. To tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma. I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma was so confident about Anna's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Bad feeling? Truth is, after I received orders from Chief Gaunt, the first thing I did was make a phone call. The phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal evidence. He'd already stolen the ID card, but it seems that he hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any doubt must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. Okay. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense lawyer and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial, that's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. You know, her daemons. Get it? That's how come his name's Damon, cause her demon? Symbolic names. Gotta get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And that what went down in the Chief's office 2 years ago. I wonder if what happened is like... I think what probably happened is that Neil got pushed into the armor and stabbed on the blade. Then Gaunt took the knife from the trophy and put it in the body and was like, oh, Emma did it by taking this knife. And then finally, Joe Dark's knife was presented as the actual murder weapon. So it's like a triple hiding, a triple hide. Well, finally gonna be done with this game. All right. It's the defendant lobby, all right, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth, knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of 777777 ID is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. The number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from the list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. It's the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? The truth. This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out about what Chief Khan has on her, it's now. Court time, 10 a.m. Court number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Defense is ready. The prosecution is ready. Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth an opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. She can't. Yeah, there it is. Morning, folks. How's everything doing? Hey, Ajay, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in work. Oh, so that's a good one. Don't think I can cop that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Slow blink time? Oh, no slow blink, just silence. Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. So you just put pressure on her to just admit it open. Okay. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana. No. Objection! You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, no, I no longer require your services. But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant's case has the right to self-representation. Time for Edgeworth to be like, shut the fuck up. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for a verdict has arrived. The court defines the defendant. Objection! One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't we just be a good little boy, keep your mouth shut? Well, I mean, you have no power over me, cause Lana's my boss, not you. Also, if I'm gonna be fired and quit, then who gives a shit? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief God. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you have me to be. With a sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me that some kind of deal was struck behind the scene. Some kind of deal, huh? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to who? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court to hear her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of the truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Fuck you. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this, mark my words. Fuck you, quit. Miss Emma Skye, please take to the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now we're just buddy-buddy, like, interrogating time. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. This is correct. Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please. Remember, the trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. Yeah, the trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum. Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum. 2 years ago, I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never actually forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Miss Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with the Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. Yeah, because he doesn't actually know. It's me that knows. Edgeworth just like, you tell them, because I don't know what. You gotta admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defendant may begin cross-examination. He's like, yeah, Wright'll do it. My good boy Wright. My good friend pal. My bro. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second-in-chief in command under then-deputy of police Gaunt. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gaunt and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing the organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she was finished work. A man came running in, took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky in Gaunt's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. The Marshal rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief David Gaunt and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gaunt. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to questioning after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but never forget what I saw. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, then just the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't be able to see anything, right? Right, but just then, lightning flashed outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. See? I told the detective about what I saw. The detective? Yeah, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more! So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Picture, yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has very important to the meaning. Objection! But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if you added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. I'll press that afterwards. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I could see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was on the side and the 2 began to wrestle around on each other. Oh, I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have a reason to lie, but Lana sure does. Need to get Emma to tell me as much as she can. Alright, now we press that. Hold it! You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yeah, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not imagining it. Picture Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. The scene imprinted in your mind. Can you please describe it? The man. Stabbed him. Alright. Seems to have been lost. Let's present the picture. It's on the back of this. Objection! Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. And just like, whoa, hey buddy, I'm on your side, what the fuck? I'm not saying shit, what the fuck? All I'm saying is that as a prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed that picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... Oh, what's this? Yes, what is this? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed. 2 men to be wrestling here. Objection! What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only a prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These 2 lists fit together to form one list. You can see the marks here where they were torn from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it happened that way 2 years ago. Only half the evidence in that case had reached you. What? What? What the fuck? Order, order. But Miss Sky, why did you draw the picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in that questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If the list was torn in half, that means... Your Honor, are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then that must mean there might be more to the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. That's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. I never turned this paper over and was like, what the fuck is this art shit on the back? Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. I lost a life. I lost like 3 years off my life just now. Again. There's indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing! Oh, look! It's the blue badgie. That's that thing! The thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, it's an act of vandalism. It's the work of certain chief detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored. Very well, witness. Would you be suspect about the picture that you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking about something when she looks at that picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor McNeil. The defense may now begin cross-examination. Down, 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 down. Alright, let's look at this. Restored list. Well, that's clearly the archway. And then there's some object in the air, like a chandelier, I guess. Oh yeah, the blue badger. Oh my god, I totally forgot. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, I forgot about it. I temporarily forgot about that thing. Oh my god. Oh wow. Oh wow, we were. Did you actually draw this? Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized, and Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gaunt and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later. That memory should still be fresh in your mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted on black? There's a flash of lightning, all I could see. So, at the time, you didn't even notice, you didn't even know if it was Mr. Marshall who had come to rescue you. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flash? Must have fainted. You mean you didn't actually see the murder take place? No, I'm sorry. Objection! The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of that situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really want to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, that picture. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is exactly the scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from the talks with the detectives.
Objection!
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, no, of course not. You better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced mine. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Well, it's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. It's probably the blue bench. This picture shows what I saw. The question is, do we show the full picture? I'm assuming it's just show the full picture and be like, why don't you remember the top half of this picture, man?
Objection!
Oh no? I guess not, never mind. Huh. I must have fainted. The flash bright was so bright all you could see were shadows. Is it this? I can see where shadows. I mean, I can only see it as a chandelier, but we didn't see anything up. But we also don't know what the state of the room was at the time. I don't know what that means, man. Oh. Right, you guys have stats. All I could see were shadows.
Objection!
Oh shit, I forgot to... I clicked the wrong thing. Whoopsie. I accidentally hit present with nothing. There's clearly contradiction in the picture. Okay. Look at the picture. Shadow. Is it the knife? 'Cause it's not a shadow? Yes, maybe. We present the knife then? Well, what do we have in terms of evidence for this? Not the Goodman stuff. We need the Joe Dark stuff. Case files. Joe Dark serial murder victims. Yeah. Executive. Okay, that doesn't actually have any information. The autopsy. Stabbed in the back. Died from punctured lung. Wound. Single stab. Found in the wound was the tip. Stabbed in the back. Picture doesn't have anything right now. Oh, is the positioning that he's being stabbed in the front from this view? I guess that's what it... Okay.
Objection!
Is it this? The witness is false? Shit. Okay, apparently not that. Flesh bright on the sofa, I fainted. This shows exactly what I saw in this instant. So it is the fourth sentence, because that's the one where, like, Wright is like, there's clearly a contradiction. So is it actually just the knife?
Objection!
Okay, I'm just using up all my shit. What the fuck, dude? I should have saved. I should have saved. You know what? I'm gonna save now with my one chance. My one shot. You do exactly what?
Objection!
Insinuating I drew this. Strange. What do I present? I mean, I tried presenting the picture. I tried presenting the knife. I tried presenting the autopsy. But what does it want from me? What does it want from me?
Objection!
Oh, god damn it, wrong one again. Whoops. My bad. Where does it restart me from? Oh, also Emma got tossed over here. Alright, present autopsy.
Objection!
Did I not present this? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out the contradiction. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? The knife.
Take that!
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see the tip is already broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? The tip is also broken. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dirk was murderer. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Emma.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not have yet been broken. Ah! What's the meaning of this?
Objection!
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Objection!
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up in there. That's right, but what does that mean?
Objection!
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
Objection!
That's why I asked her so many times if she was remembering correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Objection!
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There's another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that the broken tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. Can't possibly deny that. Order. You saying the investigation was really corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. Oh, we don't have like a room map, so we have to do like scenes. Police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark about, along with Damon Gaunt. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It's my belief that somewhere in the story there's a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If it's true, then there's no way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Yeah, there's another one. The witness is adamant about their accuracy of their statements. Can't be just explained away by simple observational error. So right. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some other information about the other broken knife. So please feel free to enlighten us. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. It's the trophy. If anything's broken here, it's you! Huh? I'm sure that must all be very amusing to you, but may I remind you that the fate... Oh, shit. What was... Is it the picture? I guess that's the picture. I thought Edgeworth would be like, oh shit, you right. The trophy used to have a knife on it. I guess I have to actually present the picture with the whole thing on it. Alright, I'm gonna have to do a lot more saving, since I'm gonna lose every time I make a mistake. Autopsy.
Objection!
Click, 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 click. It's the knife.
Take that! Objection!
Objection.
Objection! Objection!
Oh, it's poppin'. It's poppin' game.
Objection! Objection!
What's bad about it? It's just it's poppin'. Well, I mean, I'm sure you're not one for ASMR then. That's apparently a popular one. It's just bubble popping and stuff. Or maybe it's good, I don't know. Maybe you're enjoying it, but not this kind. Anyway, there's another knife. Alright, let me save here. I can't save here. Alright, here's the picture. Alright, let me save here now. Oh, actually, no, that'd be a bad place to save if this is wrong. Right here inside this picture. Okay, we can save now. I just have to make sure this was the right answer. The picture of the award ceremony. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood this award. From this award. Order. Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he had been given a broken knife and shield. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in a generous situation. But that can't be. Oh, then why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors' award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, The man raising the knife would be Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! Maybe it is. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. It's true. What's going on here? Seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Oh, is it Emma? Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again? His list? The one with the picture scribbled on the back? You mean that object? I knew it. Is that the vase that was hanging from the ceiling? This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All the time I've been trying to forget. I must have locked this part deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Guy? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. Big Monka is. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed over towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Oh, so she's the one that accidentally caused Dark to kill Neil. At least at this point. Because she's like, oh no, that one has a knife. That can only be the killer. And then was like, oh wait, that was Neil trying to protect me. Whoopsie. Oh, Monka S. That's certainly unusual.
Objection!
Try impossible. The chief detective hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't exist even 2 years ago. Well, yes, defense may now cross-examine. Stop! Please don't pursue this any further. New animation for Lana. Desperate front slamming. Lana, what's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already crested a crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seem we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
Hold it!
When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, I think it was him. You think? All I can see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office report. So then you. I panicked and rushed towards both of them.
Hold it!
Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? It was about to stab Miss Marshall. He seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife, but as we've just theorized, Miss Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was I gotta help the other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife.
Hold it!
What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it was all kind of blur. This guy was most certainly killed, almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So what happened? What happened? Flash.
Hold it!
Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture, but it was the chief of detective who thought up that hideous beast. That was just a year ago. It's another parallel fake. Blue Badger didn't even exist 2 years ago. This is quite veritable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him in the police department. I had that nagging feeling that I'd seen him somewhere before. I finally remember. Oh, brother, just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotions. Where in the room did he seem dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw him in his shadow. His shadow? You think, you mean you didn't actually see his face with his winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. It had 3 creepy horns.
Objection!
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
Objection!
That may be well. That may well be. What's important is what she caused her to think she did see what she saw. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. Please tell us what the shadow really was. What was the shadow she saw? I think I might know. Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when she drew the picture, except she was certain she saw the shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something similar to the Blue Badger, something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright. This room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it the witness saw? Please show us. It's the pot.
Take that!
The witness, Blue Badger, was in fact... this! But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we change our viewpoint with the DS technology? Our viewpoint? Gotta show them the correct angle. Oh god, alright. So, like that, it looks like.
Take that!
Well, is this a miracle or what? No one could possibly deny the jar's resemblance to Blue Badger. Why is it doing that? No, it can't be! Speed! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witness saw that day of the crime was actually...
Objection!
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that Badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw the jar? The location, the murder weapon, or witness? Or the murderer and the murder weapon. So the picture... the vase was in the background. Standing there. If he saw it from that weird angle... what the fuck would... yeah, it means she didn't see it from that angle. She saw it from them being, like, next to the window. If the vase is over there... what is this angle that she's viewing it from? Assuming that the vase is still standing in the background and it's like just the angle that she saw it from, then she'd be viewing it from a different place. And not from in front of the window like that. So the location... save. I have to save because I used all my chances on dumb. The location. I'm gonna take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Gaunt.
Objection!
But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Objection!
Yes, and it is the fact that these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side, in Chief Gaunt's office.
Objection!
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gaunt's office to Lana Sky? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there is a reason. Do you want to... do you know what the reason was, Mr. Wright? Oh, here it comes. Figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now. We gotta reveal the truth. Please recall the witness' testimony. She said she knocked away the man who held the knife. In the next instance, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? Well, that would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once again. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, it would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless... Oh shit. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. At that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Well, no one wants to say it. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? Big oopsie. No! Well, that would traumatize a boy. Oh, fainted. Big reps. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Well, Lana sure hates this. What are you saying? Sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How could you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Oh no, different animations, because she's fucking a wreck now, and not just being like, oh, I'm so cold and calculated, oh, look at me. Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body. Just to keep anyone from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're gonna have to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. So we can't get dead people to testify unless Maya was here. Rip. This has been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Oh, Edgeworth's like, no. Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. No, that's totally possible. Well, Mr. Wright, there's only one possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Alright, it's in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister is a murderer? Yes. Maybe so. Yes. Yes. Big mad, yeah. Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the evidence. Convey the message from the deceased. It's the jar! It's the message left by the deceased. This is the Blue Badger before, right? Oh, is he gonna speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten that this is just a jar. Message left here on the surface of the jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you could see a faint trail of blood on the jar. Looks like someone wiped away the blood. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments were not wiped. Yes, there's a line here to draw blood. So what you're saying is, these dots were once lines. We must play Connect the Dots with the DS features. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the first few moments left for him to leave behind a message. One thing someone apparently wiped away, but blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely, so all we need to do is connect the lines and the victim's message will become apparent. No! Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor? I believe the bloodstains will reveal us an answer. I gotta connect these dots with the DS features. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances, his murderer's name. Alright. How do I do this? How do I do this? How do I connect the blood traces? Okay. Okay. Am I not doing this right? I don't understand. Hold on, let me check something. No, I think. Hold on, let me fix something. Where's my fucking thumbnail? Yeah, go in a second. It's just giving me these like red dots, and I can't tell if that's what it wants. Yeah, so I expected like a line to come out, but I don't. There's no line. Hold on. Let me check. Okay, 1 second. Is that supposed? I'm trying to like look up. Are you supposed to be able to connect the dots? Yeah. Oh yeah, you are supposed to connect the dots, but it's not letting me do that. Weird. All right. It's letting me like start, and then it's not letting me like continue the line. Huh. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just supposed to be able to drag it across. Okay.
Take that!
Okay. I guess it just wasn't visible to me properly? It's just that I couldn't visually see it. It was working. Look, anyways, it's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why I've been thinking about. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my effort, I never thought it would turn out like this. Yeah, moi. This is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Monka. Oh, probably need a research for a recess for that. See where they can't say I didn't warn ya. Chief Gaunt. You understand the implications of what you've done. What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, were they? Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used to forge evidence to ensure his conviction. Shit. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, the fact cannot be denied. It's going into the prosecutor's office. They might have sent an innocent man to death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, 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 order! Alright, well. Gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where the trial's headed, no one knows. Look at ears. Okay. Weird to have a save now, but I guess recess is happening. 2 hours pass. It's gonna get awkward. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And on top of it, you calling me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Take it, Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she has to give you this if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Evidence law? Edric was just talking about that the other day. 2 rules of evidence law. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Well, she gave me a book so I can pull out laws on them. Chief Prosecutor also wanted to give you this message. He said, if you're planning on taking him on, you're gonna need this book. Guess I'll give it a run through. Slipped into pocket securely. Doesn't look like that book will do you good though. Now though, all that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence. It's wrong, detective. Oh. Have you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in the prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Miss Edgeworth. The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer's still out there. What? Now we're gonna expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people, it's time to bring it to an end. Do I get my resets? Do I get 5 points back? Alright, 1 hour. So it's now 3 hours later. Save here. Bobadoom. Mr. Edgeworth. Wow. Yes, Your Honor. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you, for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls for the witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witness. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and, very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. Solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all witnesses, further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, there's an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would just prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Oh, well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. It's the defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is good as over. Defense calls. The trial comes. Bring out the real murderer. Oh. Actually, I should probably... Do I have the ability to read? I don't. I mean, who else could it be but Gaunt, right?
Take that!
Damon Gaunt. The defense calls Damon Gaunt to the stand. Damon Gaunt? What does he have to do with anything? As a defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gaunt has first-hand knowledge of the crime. Phil, we should hear what he has to say. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gaunt to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Actually, let's look at that book while we're here. Alright. 2 rules. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. That's all we got. Your name and occupation. Music fade. Oh, no fade, okay. So, you want to play hardball, eh? But please, Mr. Gaunt. Fine. My name is Damon Gaunt. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gaunt, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been pretty clear. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to end your trial. Just remember, if it turns out to be one big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin to testify. do. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him from that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the ground unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seemed Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. Police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Boom, bam, boom.
Hold it!
As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Ah, yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. Dark.
Hold it!
So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs, I guess you could say. He got lucky. What's this about power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil when that knife went through his heart, though, haha. That's not funny.
Hold it!
Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yes, apparently he had hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back on it now, she must have already known what her sister had done.
Hold it!
How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means... you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Steve. Sweet.
Hold it!
So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you'd arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence was inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at your witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better better off staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties God to forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I gotta link on to the incident. Alright, that's probably that nothing had to do with forgery. We have the evidence list that was found in Gaunt's desk. We have the piece of leather that was also... Can we not look at the evidence list itself and only the drawing? I guess we can only look at the drawing. It had nothing to do with the forgery. So what do we got from the SL9 case? We have the knife itself. At the crime scene, the defendant's muffler. We have the jar. Final fragment found in Chief Gaunt's safe. Well, that makes it pretty obvious. But then there's also the... found in desk. I guess the safe is more direct because only he could enter it. This one? Forgery. This one.
Objection!
You claim to have nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you can't back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of the jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? See, Chief Gaunt. These articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in this illegal investigation. Chief Gaunt, what's the meaning of this? Oh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admitted then that you were involved in the forgery. Oh, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have to do it? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
Objection!
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Evidence and forgery. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, well, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in forgery. Arranging the crime scene wouldn't help me in any way. Mr. Wright, yes, Your Honor. When investigating crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am Chief of Police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today's, well, you know. Alright, Ajay, in return, though. I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Oh no, you could have planted them.
Hold it!
I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, well, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry the evidence in, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're gonna need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Raito's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. Wow, I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
Objection!
It would be concealing evidence. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene is a forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless.
Hold it!
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it might have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced.
Objection!
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right? The Chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remark, however clever it may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Righto. Think about it. There's no reason I participate in forgery.
Hold it!
How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember, who was it that murdered Neil? Not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, do you see now? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Hold it!
Really, Chief Gaunt? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you have reaped from this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What was this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh, the resolution of the SL9 is in security promotion to Chief. That in itself is a sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little bit. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Ugh. Be careful when pointing the finger, or you may wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. You didn't do it just for yourself, and you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I would be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
Hold it!
Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only one I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd be better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people, that's how I was raised. You seem lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? I mean, he would have helped Lana. Sure, you might not have helped anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I meant. Very well then. Who is it that you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence with Lana?
Take that!
And no one else Chief Prosecutor Lana, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Lana Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. It would help her more than her own sister Lana. And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged that job change was you, Mr. Gant. Chief Gant. But, how would he profit from this at all? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that, despite Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? No. Oh, wait. You mean the puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding? Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Right, my boy. You have quite the imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana? She's been keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against God. I'm afraid without proof, it's all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident? This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order! Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. And there's just like, I'm going down, and I know you have to come with me, so we're fucking own it, idiot. We're both on this road trip off this cliff, okay? You can't just give me the wheel now. I'm the one on the gas pedal. You're the one on the steering wheel, okay? It's like he's the one who decided to go through with it. Can you prove, Mr. Wright, that the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gaunt is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gaunt to the murder of Detective Goodman. I mean, all we have is like the ID card list, right? I mean, he's the only one, like, we only have one ID, and we have to confirm it. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777777. Sorry, but there's no way you could prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gaunt's code office requires a code to open. 7-digit code. You don't mean. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777777, same as the ID card on the list. Chief Gaunt, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Like, you know that I entered your safe, so you know that I know your password. Why are you suddenly surprised? Did you think that I just pried it open? Chief Gaunt, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, the court demands an explanation from you. About the use of this ID card. Chief Gaunt, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
Objection!
You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gaunt. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
Objection!
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gaunt met with the victim on that day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during the meeting. In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna have to ask you for evidence. Shows proof that the victim went to meet, Chief Gaunt the day of the crime. Let's see. The screwdriver was Edgeworth called to the office. Which part do we is it the locker? What part is it? What piece of evidence? Chief Gaunt shows proof the victim went to meet Chief Gaunt. Show that Goodman went to go meet the chief. Okay. ID card. Autopsy. SL9 no. Cell phone layout. Picture of the shoe. ID list. Screwdriver. The lost. Oh, okay. He did lose his ID on that day. Can only be submitted to the chief of police. Okay.
Take that!
Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the same day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to. Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gaunt. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me get this. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Yeah, exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of that sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Look at that different animation! Oh. Chief Gaunt, you didn't! The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
Objection!
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. That the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? Or was at the police department the entire day, you know? And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Phil, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just order an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gaunt, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all the time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could Chief Gaunt move the body? Mr. Wright, show us the evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gaunt, use this. It's the screwdriver, right? Because the chief asked Edgeworth to drive over and pick up a piece of evidence from the place. So the car comes over, Gaunt puts the body in the trunk, Edgeworth drives back to the office.
Take that!
This is how we move Detective Goodman's body. What's this? Screwdriver. But what does it have to do with the case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gaunt. Told me he wanted to keep this in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gaunt asked you. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Miss Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by the car. Detective Goodman's body is carried in the trunk of Miss Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Miss Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one possible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Sky. Order! 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 What's going on here? Is there no room for a rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Yeah, I mean, he could just shut up. He could just deny, like, testifying. Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It was a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gaunt, please say something. I believe. Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the district attorney general after this. We have to get going if we're gonna make it in time for the early bird special.
Objection!
But cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? Police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Objection!
So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, you think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show me with your proof and get over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gaunt is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gaunt murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body. Let's save it here. Do I have any proof? Do I have proof that the chief asked Lana to dispose of a dead body? I mean, we have her testimony, but that's not gonna mean much. Do I have proof that the chief told her to do something? Let's look at what all this evidence says. ID found. Halberd removed. Murder weapon no prints. Time. Dancing. Autopsy. Note related to SL9. Muffler. The map. Picture from Angel Star. Blood from Goodman and Lana. Defendant's muffler. Spray. IDs. Fingerprints. Brought back guns requests. Not tied to Lana. Submit to Chief of Police. Staffing map. SL9 rubber glove. Lockers. Ammo on the surface. Handprint from Marshall. Videotape. Dark killing summary. Autopsy. Picture of the 3. The SL9 case. Bears on the Sky's prints. And the 2 evidence. Evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. Understood evidence presented must be relevant to the case. I don't think we have any concrete proof. Not necessarily. There's a few situations where it's just like, nah, give it a minute. And then it's like, oh, okay, come back tomorrow. I don't have like, if I had proof, then maybe I have something, but I don't have concrete proof, which is proof without a doubt. Like the only reason I know this is because Lana told me directly. I don't have any, like, phone records. I don't have anything that's specifically Gaunt told Lana. I have Gaunt did this, and I have Lana did that, but I don't have Gaunt told Lana. I don't have proof. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. CRG. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble. What you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, RJ, I'll leave the rest to you. Like, we need Lana to admit to us, like, to everyone, that's what happened, because otherwise we have no proof. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer of our nation's law enforcement.
Objection!
Lady Luck, huh? Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's only one lady who knows the truth behind this trial. We haven't had her the honor of hearing her testify. Yeah, we have to call Lana. In absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. Chief Gaunt is invoking his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. We call Lana Sky back. The defendant? It's Lana Sky. She was in the underground parking lot from 5:15. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Oh, Miss Edgeworth. Prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on. Huh? Chief Khan, I thought you were going to eat. Listen, good Lana. Second Lana, I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. It's already too late. Everyone knows. It's too late. Like, there's a whole jury here listening to you do this. They'd all be like, that's fucking sus, bro. There's like 20 people of random citizens just listening to you be like, hey, I'm not blackmailing you or anything, but I'm blackmailing you. And it's like, what? That's good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then, I've got a lunch date to meet. I mean, you're banking on intimidation, but like, if she's like, it doesn't matter anymore because everyone knows the truth, then it's like, fuck it. Like Edgeworth is also like, fuck it. There's a lot of people in here that are saying fuck it. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Hey, Gumshoe. That chief. He's something else, that pals. Heck of Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Ah, don't worry. I already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take that place of that top-knot girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gon's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that is not a right to casually invoke. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the Chief refuses to testify, the opposite holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything? Hey, Emma, you woke up from fainting. Emma, are you okay? Yeah. So pretty much, if Lana says that's definitely what happened, he can't be like, nuh-uh, I didn't say that. Here's my testimony. Cause then he already invoked his right. So you mean no takesies backsies. Which is why he's banking on her not to say anything. Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. Not the galley, this ain't no pirate ship. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. I mean, she's... Unlike Edgeworth's case, where he is currently, an adult, I guess, in her case, it'll be possible for her to get off in, like, juvie sort of thing. Because she's still, 16, right? Even though, in Edward's case, because the crime had occurred when he was 9, it still would have... He should have still been tried as a child at current... I mean, it wasn't his fault, but at the time, I don't see why... Is it just because, like, Dad's like, no, I can't let my son go to juvie for, like, 2 years. Whoa. I'm dead already, but what? Anyways, now I know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. So in this case, we need Emma to be like, Lana, just say the truth. I'm okay. I'm okay with the consequences. You don't have to guard me anymore. it's a little bit late to be like, no, I can cover it up, or no, we'll just kill all 20 people. We'll kill all 20, they'll never find out. Like, Lana is literally that scene from, like, Brooklyn Nine-Nine. If anything were to happen to Emma, I would kill everyone in this room and then myself. Like that's literally what she's willing to do right now. Alright. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she's changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gaunt's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. Well, I mean, it's possible you do that so that, like, okay, so he can't target anyone else because I'm not close to them. Sort of thing. Like, if I'm not close to anyone, you can't blackmail me on anyone else. To force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do. And that's why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Everyone's super liberal with murdered. Like, there's no in between. It's just I accidental murdered. There's no like, oh yeah, manslaughter. Yeah. It's just nah. I mean that's specifically what manslaughter is, but everyone here is just like a murder. Premeditated, first, second, third degree. Who cares? It was murder. We streamlined it so everything is murder. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Khan may have been a fool. May be able to fool everyone else with his forgery. But he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, you'd better go back. Time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Pretty much, if Lana tries to lie, I'm just gonna be like, sis, don't be a piece of shit. Everyone knows. Like jump on the table and just be like, shut the fuck up. Tell the truth. Monkey noises. You're ruining my future science. The sooner I go to juvie, the sooner I can get into the law school. Or the forensic school. Let's go to Wright. Let's go Wright. It's time to end this. Serious face. We're bros now. I mean, we've been bros since we were like kids, but you know, we're reconnected bros. We're ride till we die, bros. He's like, what a fucking idiot. God, we're bros now. Fucking nerd. Alright. 2. It's now been 4 hours. Know that. Will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Do, do, do. It's a pride to the court your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. I'm using the family card. Don't be a shit. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gaunt. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gaunt. Yeah, just come join me. Everyone who got fired, just join me in the defense office. Join me at Wright & Co. We're accomplices. Let me just drink some water. I worked alongside Gaunt for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. Wow, she's still lying. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony, Your Honor? I'm confessing to a capital offense, sure. But Lana, if this is true, then that means Chief Gaunt had nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, it's no time to start second-guessing myself. Time to cross-examine and be like, shut the fuck up, bitch. Tell the truth. How many years exactly? Ever since I was made senior detective. I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gaunt and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. Must have been good, coming from the same school as me. Damon Gaunt was a respectable detective, that's why. No truth to the blackmail. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. Still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that innocent to ruin her life. Well, what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana, that's why you fabricated evidence 2 years ago. Yeah, like, once again, self-defense, murder, you know, manslaughter by accident, guys. No, I saw murder. You say you did this all by yourself. Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? Seemed I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. You can fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up lies and more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found this scene, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of the knife and planted it inside the wound, then moved the body.
Hold it.
You planted the tip of the Dark's knife in the victim's wound, and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. Why did you move the body? When you showed up the scene, show up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced, by Chief Grant's desk, or Gant's desk, but the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain with more detail the reason Miss Sky moved the body. Pieces of the jar that shattered during the event threatened my plan. Do I also get to ask the other bit? I mean, it's kind of obvious why you moved, like, put the tip in there so that, like, the knife would be the murder victim. Why do you plant the knife? Come on, right? You should be able to figure that out. What's added to this testimony? Why you fabricated the knife? Broke the tip, planted in the body. Oh, it changes what the next line is. Okay.
Hold it.
According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was a murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that point might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be to having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound? Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did. Oh. Alright, let's switch it then.
Hold it.
Why you moved the body? Piece of the jar shattered during the event threatened my plan. Yeah, it changes the second line.
Hold it.
This is like the first time this has happened where like it's actually changed the next line of thought. Piece of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during the struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there was more to it than that. There must be a contradiction somewhere. I mean, the fact that Marshall wrote the name on the jar. Yeah. Anyway, I committed fabrication completely alone. My own motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. I assume that that's the line that we present for. So we rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like a murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period. Are you so desperate to hide the fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She didn't, and I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. like, if you were trying to, like, hide it, and then, like, Emma didn't know, then sure. But Emma knows. Like, there's nothing to hide anymore. Like, if you were trying to hide it from Emma, like, okay, she can't remember. Like, we can't show her anything. We have to stop her from thinking that she could have done it. And Emma's like, no, I remember doing it already. That's the truth. Then it's too late. And your whole, like, lying piece of... Like, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. and my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she had fabricated evidence by herself. It's not what she could have done alone. Gotta get Lana to talk more. She's lying that she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Nope. Time to be like... Yo... the jar dough. Piece of the jar shattered. But do I present it on this? The pieces of the jar that shattered during anything threaten my plan? Or do I do it on the last one? Pieces of the jar shattered during... Like, I have to think it's this line because I could change this line. And they also brought up the jar during that, so I think present on this one. Emma was written on the surface.
Objection!
Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the plans threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? Simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on the jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly, so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. That's true. It would have been really weird if he had written it on multiple pieces and they lined up when we glued them back together. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to the jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. So we have to find out if the jar was already shattered when Emma showed up, or if she shattered it after. Because she's saying that the jar, the shattered jar, foiled her plan. So we don't know whether she arrived and it was already shattered, or she shattered it and she's lying about it. Which would mean that Gaunt was previously in the room and did a bunch of shit. And then Emma showed up. Well, not Emma. And then Lana showed up to cover everything up. Thinking that Emma had done it. Which, I mean, she did. But it was made more obvious. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth we're headed towards. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. But you're a prosecutor. You should know what we're doing. You're the chief prosecutor. You went to law school. Go play more puzzle games. Let's make a continue her testimony. Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were so large, so I'm sure I got them all. So yeah, so what would have happened is that Gaunt would break the jar, steal the piece that clearly has a visible part of the name, and then leave. And then she wipes it all up, and then after the fact, he's like, I found this, by the way. Kinda looks like he wrote your sister's name on it. Got him, blackmail, dab. All I could think about was cleaning wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin cross-examination. Do 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 do. How did you notice when the lights were off, by the way? That's kind of weird. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle the thing hadn't broken earlier. Certainly looks as feeble as the defense case. Bro, don't say that. But not as feeble as the judge's judgment. Damn, got him. Fucking got him. You're an ace detective who would never miss a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written in the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out.
Hold it!
So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them in the dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you'd do that for me? Seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. Holy shit, lady.
Hold it!
Wipe the blib. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything but gather up the pieces. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. Nah, you missed one.
Hold it!
But how could you see with that with the power out? Should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergent luminol wherever I go, just in case I gotta find some blood. Never miss anything. I got every last piece. Except you didn't, because clearly Gaunt had one. I wonder if that's the contradiction. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
Hold it!
So you illegally arranged the crime scene. Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. So sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still time to make up. After all, after we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. Well, yeah. The head of police and the head of the prosecutor's office are both like forging and lying and murdering. Well, one of them's murdering. Yeah. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradiction in her testimony. One final possibility. Yeah, is it the jar and the I got all the pieces? Because it does say the last piece is found in Gaunt's safe.
Objection!
This guy, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gaunt's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about the final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off. Yes, which leaves us only one explanation. On the night of Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first person to show up at the scene. Chief Gaunt got there before you. What? Couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
Objection!
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may be well, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth the whole time. Ha! Can you believe that?
Objection!
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. How that? There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. Hope you're not implying that your person was Chief Gaunt at the time. He was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if there was Jar, wouldn't he have gone there first? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? We're also banking on Gaunt is telling the truth about him going downstairs. But he could have just gone up another set of stairs. Can you answer us that? No! Yeah, you can't. Idiot. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gaunt arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the the jar, and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question. What is the action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gaunt do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene of the crime, Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gaunt's aid. Lending her his aid, Gaunt helped her create evidence that criminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became Chief Gaunt's puppet. Oh no, she's biting her thumb so hard it bled. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't do it. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Bro. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. What? Wait a minute. There's a lot of fade to black thinking in this case. They really like that effect. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gaunt's trap? Something wrong, Mr. Wright. Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right? Bro, we're supposed to have each other's back. What the fuck do you mean? Bro, you can't just back out now. Bro, we're Nakama. We got matching tattoos. What the fuck? Nishiki? Kiryu? Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing Principal Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will, and if you tell the truth. It's possible that Damon Gaunt murdered him and then framed Emma. Who knows? Very well. I'll testify. What I really saw. Alright. The witness may testify once more for the final time. Because I'm getting sick of this shit. I can't think. I'm old. I lost my dentures one time and spent the whole day looking for them in my mouth. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor. Emma and Doc were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. I mean, it's possible that they were both knocked down, and like Gaunt literally just stabbed Neil on the sword. When I saw that this had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gaunt help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it was all a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Yeah, that's what we're getting at. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword. You were the one who saw that, if only you had proof. You're the only one that saw that, if you only had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember saving a picture. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you, even though she called me a huge liar. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving a picture from Lana. I'll she gave it to you this morning, right? Seems I remember getting something from her then. Let's check the evidence. Must be something, a picture printed somewhere. Let's check the book, because it's... Oh, now I'm allowed to check the book. Oh, look at me, hiding features that I was like, oh, listen, check every evidence. It's a JPEG right now. Before, when I checked the evidence law thing, it was like, here's the information. Don't look at the book itself. Oh, hey, they opened it Japanese style from back to front. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detectives saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Well, I guess even Gaunt doesn't know about this then. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest, that could be the cloth we found inside Chief Gaunt's safe. What's this? That's the handprint. Like, he specifically cut out the handprint with Emma's hand on it from the vest. Like, it's so obvious. It's like, it's not, like, you didn't even, like, just remove the vest itself. You were like, let me just cut off the piece right here. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? That makes it so... Let me keep the specific piece with the name on it, instead of just taking all the pieces with the name on it. What is wrong with this man? Demented Gaunt over here. Like, what the fuck? The cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever that one must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning purple, right? Anyway, let's cross-examine. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. Defense may now cross-examine. Actual crime scene. Alright, save here. And then, investigate the picture. Oh! Immediately getting holded. Oh, hey, Gaunt's here. Sorry, you, forfeited your shit. Come now, RG. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gaunt. What, you want to make me out to be a bad guy, huh? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
Objection!
I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make any statements of any sort. This must be the risk we talked about earlier. Just sit back and relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Fuck. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yeah, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone. So, what's your excuse, righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is that true, Mr. Wright? If I show the piece of evidence now, I'm sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal it... I mean, this is where we bring out evidence law, right? It's not approved by a police officer, and it's not relevant to the case. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. Let's look at the picture. Nothing else but a JPEG. Got it. And the piece of cloth. Found in Chief Gaunt's safe. Evidence for something but what? Bears Emma Sky's prints. And the evidence law is now back to being a statement instead of a 3D image. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. I mean, the piece we have is not approved, yes. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. It's not relevant to the current murder case of Detective Goodman, so it doesn't matter. Anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do we do now? I'd better think this through. I can't afford to make a wrong decision. Should I present that piece? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marsh? No, I can't show it. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at the point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gaunt. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. That's right. What? Why don't you show it them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know his fingerprints are on it. That's why you were presented. What are you talking about, Chief Gaunt? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this photo. See the victim's vest? Notice the area around the chest area? For some reason, it's been cut out. It's crazy. Oh, who would have done that? That's crazy. Fucking, what the fuck? Oh, Dark must have bitten it off like a fucking dog. Notice something odd about the chest area. It looks as if part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in history of the department. Yeah, like, you have to admit you were concealing evidence in order to do this. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I mean, he can't. He literally can't. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It occurred to me that I could use that situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made her look like the blame lay with her sister. Then she would ask, then when she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the victim, the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This is before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? Well, I mean, you brought it up that any evidence that is discovered after the conviction happened is, like, void. So no one discovered the leather until after he was convicted, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can't just, like, satisfy your own means with all this shit, man. You mean those 2 items in your safe. But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for the murder that a girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by luck. See the jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
Objection!
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the jar message too? Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept 1 more for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Khan, that you were hiding this cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I don't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present to court. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But it's time to zoom in with a black background. Sure loves doing that. As long as the victory, I can't show it, man. It doesn't have approval, and it's not related to the Goodman murders. I can't show it though. Even if it did, it just exposed the poor girl's fingerprints. Right. Think over the circumstances. The circumstances? I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the 2. Weren't you waiting for the difference? So, I just figured out my plan. Alright. I do have evidence to present. Alright. Here you go, it's the cloth. Edgeworth is like, you could deny it before, but you can't deny it now. You better show it now. It's like, okay. I'm gonna verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out the piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. At last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on the cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Oh, you're as slow in the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Raito had all the time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints these are? So right, do you really know? Whoever's fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Okay. It's Emma. Emma? Emma Sky? What? They're mine? Sorry, Emma, but why? Why didn't you tell me? Monk S. Oh, you're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. Well, no, we know that she shoved him. We don't know about the other half because she fainted. Oh, good, you monster, Miss Sky. You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't? Nope. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only is this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Aren't you the one that did it? Before I do that, there's something I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gaunt, you are absolutely right. This piece clues who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? Contradiction? What is this foolish babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could possibly contradict? Chief Gaunt, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Is it the photo? It's already cut out in the photo and it's covered in blood. Which means that the piece that's been cut out is clean. Which means that he was stabbed after the piece was removed. And what exactly is the purpose supposed to be? This photo of Miss Sky took. Take a look at it. Good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs were no doubt punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait. There's no blood on it. Arr! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on the cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor's side. However, Miss Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. Oh, this is nonsense! Now then, Chief Gaunt, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could that have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Donna Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for that prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? that you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Though your very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! It's funny all over. Monka is. Objection? Who's objecting? Oh, he's sweating. Look at it. Look at it. He's deflated. Oh, that was right. Oh, you're beside me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that or refute your allegations. What do you mean refute his allegations? You see, this piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order, order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict the suspect. Remember, RG. Earlier, old Righto here concealed a piece of cloth. So what's your excuse? You do have some conclusive evidence. Your Honor, I can't present it at the time. Well, that's true. The defendant did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. Well, that's not fair. Did you think you could actually beat me in court? I'm sweating a little bit. It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. Oh. I'm afraid Mr. Gaunt's claim is legally correct. Oh, well, Mr. Edgeworth. True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Huh? Mr. Wright? I sure do love zooming in on this black background. Oh my goodness. How many times can we do it for dramatic effect? Seems at last the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. That's right, do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? Nah, I didn't. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal!
Objection!
No, it isn't, Mr. Gaunt. It's not that I didn't present the evidence. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean, you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved in presenting evidence. No, and you don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe.
Objection!
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence illegal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present the evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. I assume I just present the evidence law?
Take that!
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's that? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Miss Guy's fingerprints were on the piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. Like, even the description was listing a piece of cloth? Question mark? What? You see, it's written right here in the book, the second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. I found this piece of cloth evidence myself, inside your safe. Goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Which is how I'm allowed to pull random pieces of evidence and then bring them up when the police misses them. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at the picture.
Objection!
Sorry, but can you recall when was the picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. But no! He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, David Gaunt. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out the piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who could have been. Damon Gaunt. The killer was you. Clap. Super clap. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insists on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find the truth. Please, you gotta help me. Bro. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. Hey, different cutscene. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? Can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. And then he got angry and just stabbed him. He opened his evidence locker and he was taking the evidence out. He said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his word. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. And then he just fucking stabbed him. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worried so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. But leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Goodman's locker? I feel bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar fragments and the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crime than a committer. They did all their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their job well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Okay. You're just like me, the villain says. We are like the two of us. 2 peas in a pod. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, no, gee. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gaunt. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example of others to the force. I'm sorry to learn you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Aji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Raito here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. You know, the rising from the ashes. Ha ha. There are 2 things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gaunt betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When the trial's over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gaunt help me forge evidence up until today. Yeah, I mean, like, he probably had you forge a lot more evidence after that. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. Sorry, Miss Sky, I couldn't not get you in trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I could see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Smile. Oh, real smiles! Whoa! I owe my thanks, Mr. Wright. Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have these past few days. And believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. Yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. No! I did it! It was me! You were that Edgeworth and I, it was me! You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examination is ordered for all of us. Miss Sky. Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder, however. Although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as an accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. We're gonna get a flash frame with smile thing. No, we're just gonna cut. Well, this trial's gone on far too long already. 4 days. Way too long. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant Miss Lana Sky not guilty. The longest case known to man. That is all. The court is adjourned. It has now been 6 hours. Long last, it's finally over. Oh hey Emma, sad. Emma? Why the long face? Sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for murder she didn't commit. No, it's not that. Just now after the trial ended. Schmoya, is it the smile? You know, I did my best too. Oh, she wanted her sister to be like, good job, Emma. Thumbs up. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. I hope I am not interrupting anything, pals. Once again. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around on duty. I mean, you're not a detective still. Or what? Did they reinstate you because you were fired from the chief? To top it off, you called me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Oh, hey, it's Lana. Lana? Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked God to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma, someone's really proud of this smile animation. Oh, Hagu. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes? Oh, why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on towards a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. But me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gaunt was right. We're the same. He tempted me with darkness. You'll understand, you'll be just like me, oh, old man. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like that Chief Gaunt did. The thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gaunt and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on your own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, hint hint. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh yeah. What is it, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Evidence we would not have found on our own that we found together. Yeah, that's the only thing I could think of is like the screwdriver. Can I save here? I'm assuming I'm gonna get no like minuses for this, right? Like Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. That we found together. Evidence law. Evidence that we found together. Let's go through the descriptions. We found this trophy, knife, parking stuff, the stump. Yeah, maybe the trophy. Goodman's autopsy, the note, cell phone, parking lot plan, photo, shoe, switchblade. Well, the screwdriver was given to us from Edgeworth. It wasn't discovered by both of us. We just gotta pick it up ourselves. Rubber glove, evidence locker, unstable, fingerprint. It might be the picture. They were combined together.
Take that!
That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Part, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Well, no bye from me. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know, it seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. It's a date. Farewell. Bro, I'll meet you in court. I went to school just to meet you. I'd better be going too. Okay, I'll be by to visit soon. Seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, a little scientific investigations book. This is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Oh no, it's a smile animation again. They're really proud of it. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. Sure, I'm happy everyone forgot about Meekins. As for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Journey to rediscover myself. Here's Edgeworth, the last one. Well, don't go trekking off yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? It's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, maybe okay with me, but folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had the wild side. Yeah, well, ha. You see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? What? What, you think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? What? Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Yeah, I got an idea. Why don't you all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's great. Come on, guys, let's go. Oh, no, objection. I get to scream objection at the end. Oh, it actually wants me to do it. Okay, hold on. I have to hold on. Hold on. We have one more. Check out this feature we put on the DS. Objection. Objection. Ugh. Hold on. Am I not enunciating properly? Objection!
Objection!
It actually like wants me. I have to. I have to do the crunchiest objection. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days as a prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes again with Emma. Dusty. Hey, it's Takeshi Yamazaki. Takashi. And Kazuya Nuri. Yikes. I thought I was a goner for their moment in the end, though. They overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show. Can't shake me off that easy. Yasuaki Kishimoto, Tatsuya Enomoto, Kojiro Ogiwara, Hirochika Nagaki, Kota Fukushmachi, Takanori Shuba. Oh, Makins, get out of here. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to security guard. My partner keeps an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday, I'm gonna make detective. Ow, my ears! Then I could be like Dick Gumshoe. Don't. Stop it. Shuichi Minamoto, Kyoko Takeda, Yushiro Mochi, Gojoki, Chie Nakamiji, Toshi. Shit, I can't read fast enough. I need time to process. Got it. It's undulating again. Undulating. Oh, it broke! Oh, fucking die! Perish. Fumiaki Sato. Hitoshi Sakai. Shiro Mikata. Daisuke Kaneko. Oh, hey, it's Marshall. What is it? Can't you see I'm having a showdown with a state lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this in to me. She's seen one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? You want me to water your plants? Bro, I can't be everywhere at once. Akemi Kimura. Akemi Kimura. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while now. It's a farewell gift. I put a new meal on the menu. The right way lunch. Top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around that exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. How could you eat it backwards, like flipping it upside down? Ben Judd. Localization. Brandon Gay. Kaori Funakoshi. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Forgot it in the bathroom when I went during recess. No one better steal that shit. That'd be fucked up. Someone running around with my prized gavel. I have it engraved with my name on it so I never forget that it's mine. Running around like it's a Pico Pico hammer. Oh, hey, Maya. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Come in. Well, see you around, Nick. Is she just talking to herself, or did Nick actually go visit? Unclear. I don't know, she could just be chilling and like just breathing in. Kentaro Hira. Hey, it's Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, it's the bellboy. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you, your tea. What's going on? A note? What could be on the note? Is he going on a journey of discovery? Are they browsing it up? Is it a road trip? Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Well, I mean, yeah, there's an underground, like, train. I mean, she could be going on a train to the airport, depending on where they're located. I like how we're still doing the Japanese way of opening it. Oh, hey, it's a note in the back. Oh, hey, it's a photo of, like, the two of them. Oh. Look at these babu. You babu. Well, looks like Nick saw Emma off at least. Pretty much. Alright. Well, Justice for All is the next one. Which, probably starts some other day. My voice is dying. Alright, good stream. Good job, team. Get ready for the next bout. Turnabout. No, you can't do that. It's illegal. It's illegal evidence. The thing that I was saying was legal and it was winning me. Oh no, actually you fucked up. JK! Oh, it's illegal now. Fucking idiot.